Hey everybody, how's it going? I really like how the music is just constantly stuck in this perpetual anxiety-inducing driving beat here. It's great. I'm assuming that this is what it feels like to have anxiety. You're just hearing this at all times. I totally forgot that there was a patch as well. And the game was just taking forever to patch for me for some reason. But hey, how's it going, everybody? How's everybody doing? So last time at the end of the stream, I looked up the Japanese title for the dungeon, and man, you can tell things are not gonna be fun coming up. We are not about to have a good time. Yeah. Yeah. Let us begin.
ああ、オレオさん、ちょうど呼びに伺おうと思っておりました。
Going up, Edge. That's what I was forgetting. I was like, something feels weird, but then I realized they didn't have my my little dictionary window popped up, and I just got flashbanged by it. Showed up in the damn center of my screen. Ugh. Gotta wake up. Gotta lock in. Okay. I was just about to come looking for you.
またまた緊急事態です。
It's an emergency
今度
again.
は中班からとても深刻な知らせが届きました。
Ooh. There's some very bad news from Razahan. Actually, now that I'm being flashbanged, I realize I got a smudge on the worst possible spot of my glasses. One sec. Gotta clean this off. Wow. Man, when am I gonna be able to buy robot cyborg guys? It cannot come soon enough.
皆さん、メインホールにお集まりになってます。オレオさんも急いでそちらへ。
Okay, so the cat feed has yet to really work its way through my system. I was reading this before the text-to-speech, started going, and I read main there, and it just immediately, my brain auto-filled that to main quest. Like, my brain literally just read that as everybody's gonna be meeting up in the main quest. I went, huh, that's a weird thing to say. And then the text-to-speech went, oh yeah, dumbass. It's main hall. That's about where I'm at right now. Is the music still just going to be...
私も昨晩クルルさんから週末のことは伺いました。でもまさかこんなに早く悪い知らせが。
Oh yeah, so Tataru wasn't expecting things to go this badly this quickly. And neither was I. Hey guys, what's going on? Is it some sort of apocalypse?
あなたも来てくれたのね。
Oh, you're here. Does Tataru need to be here for
恐れ
this?
ていた事態になったわ。つい先国、ラザ藩から諸外国と暁宛てに連絡が入ったの。
It's what we were afraid of. And what we were afraid of has come to pass. Just a few moments ago, or very recently, Razan contacted the Dawn and the other allied nations.
未知の獣が暴れ回って多数の死傷者が出ている。そして空が燃えていると。
Unknown beasts are rampaging. And there have been numerous casualties. And in the report as well, it was stated that the sky is burning.
まさかもう週末の最悪が
Man, I still haven't thought of anything for the disparity here between Shumatsu and Saiyaku. Because they are just saying, like, literally the end of world calamity, but, you know, I think all of that in English just gets chunked into the word apocalypse. So you probably just say, you know, the
ただ
apocalypse
向こうも
is
相
at
当
hand.
混乱しているらしくて、それ以上の詳しい状況は入ってきていないわ。
You know, it's a possibility. However, they're in a state of like chaos right now. They're in a state of like, yeah. I would say they're in a state of chaos. We haven't been able to. They were not able to provide any further details. Yeah, the final days just sounds a bit too.
手を貸せることがあるかもしれないわ。
The final days to me sounds a bit too playful. Right? Like it sounds too fantasy-like. It doesn't sound like something that people would be taking super seriously. So let's go. We might be able to help.
クルル、お前は軍艦に残ってタタルと一緒に情報の整理に当たってくれ。まだ本調子には程遠いだろ。
Kururu, you should stay here with Tataru and try and, like, put all the information you can get in. I mean, it's not just organized information, I would say just... I'm trying to think, what's the term for this in English? Like, he's just saying, like, to work logistics, you know, get everything in order. Make sure that, you know, we know everything that we need to know, etc., etc. Huh, that's a weird... I've never really heard this, but I'm assuming you're just saying, like, you know, you're still not fully recovered, right?
わかったわ。タタルさんと手分けして、サベネア島以外の状況も見ておく。
Understood, I'll, share the, split responsibilities with Tataru and observe how things are, or how the situation is progressing outside of Sabine Island. Everyone, please be careful.
ひとまず、イエドリマンへ向かおう。戦いの準備も整えて、な。
We should go to Edriman? I don't remember what this is. We have to get prepared for a fight. I don't actually remember where that is. Or if that's a person. Edriman? Oh no, it's another you could talk to literally everyone situation.
サベネア島からやっと塔がなくなったのに安心したところに週末だなんて。
All Isaiah was just saying like, oh, we finally got rid of the tower, but now there's the apocalypse is at hand. What the hell? Okay, yeah, this was just like, oh yeah, this was at Port City. I guess that was the name of the place. I'm so bad at remembering names, man. Huh. Oh, that's cool. And behold the beasts of ventilation. It's cool that teleporting there gives you the cutscene. That's sick. Yeah, they slaughtered people, burned the city. Okay. Yeah, it was like our future went, or like tomorrow went up in flame and dust. Everything was lost. That was the, a replay of the... I feel like at this point, now that you're actually seeing the straight up apocalypse, anybody who wasn't transcended probably should be transcended by now. The Emmet Sulk lines there are very interesting, but we have gone over them once before. It was just a replay of what they were saying there in Amuro and stuff before. The sky is burning. This really is the apocalypse.
皆さん、報告をお聞きいただけたのですね。
You received our report, I said.
アヒワン殿、状況を詳しく教えていただけますか?
Yes, Ahiwan, could you please tell us about the situation in detail?
昨夜のこと、悲鳴とも地鳴りともつかない音が島中に響き渡りました。
Okay, last night... 도모츠카나이. they're describing this as like an otherworldly sound, like, you know, as a sound akin to like a scream or like the earth shaking, but was neither of those things, I guess. Could be heard reverberating through, or yeah, saying it echoed through the entire island.
まもなく空が燃え出した。それに前後して見たこともないような獣が現れ、暴れ始めたのです。
And then the sky began to burn. And then, like, yeah, creatures we had never seen before, we have never before seen began to rampage.
いえ、この表現では正しくありませんね。
Interesting. No, that's not quite the right way to say it.
人が突然転じたのです。恐るべき異形の獣に。
Oh. Okay. People suddenly, like, altered. Yeah, people suddenly shifted into terrifying, deformed beasts.
異変は島の至るところで起こっていますが、ラザハンで最初に確認されたひときわ強大な獣が特に甚大な被害をもたらしている。
This phenomenon has occurred across the entire island. However, the most powerful of these, I guess you would probably go with beast for this kimono. Yeah, the most powerful of these beasts first spotted in Nazahan has caused the most harm.
我々はその個体を神話に登場する人であり獣である神、神獣のまがいものであるとして擬神獣と名付けました。
擬神獣。Okay, you're not making it easy for me here. So you're not making it easy for me here. Yeah, you can tell that the again, MTL does not do a good job. Okay. So, you basically have to retool this entire line just because of the way that everything is being phrased. So it would be something like that beast, you know, with it's like part man, part, or I would say that creature with its part man, part beast form, you know, stood as like a mockery of like one of the divine beasts of our, you know, of our legends, and so we have called them. And then here's the problem, is that there's no clean name for this. Like, so this is the case of them having a prefix here, them being able to use gi to just put like false, and it actually sounds kind of cool. Like, in literal, the literal there is, you know, false divine beast, or whatever. Like, false sacred beast. Blasphemy? That's so lame. Well, also, wait, no, that gets rid of the... That gets rid of the actual... you know, East Asian influence there and just turns everything, it makes everything too Western. Like, no, what? No. You should not do that. This should not be blasphemy. The word blasphemy is incredibly, like, especially in English, the word blasphemy is incredibly heavily affiliated with Abrahamic religion. And specifically, I mean, even that, it's Christianity. It's most heavily associated with Christianity. And so saying blasphemy makes them sound too Christian. No, this is something that you definitely need to workshop, but I really don't like blasphemy. You would probably actually need to do some amount of reading into, like, classical, Hindu and some amount of Buddhist stuff to try and figure out something. Or, honestly, this would be a case where it's like if you could find somebody, if you get somebody in the translation team, or just if somebody on the translation team knew a, like, Indian English speaker, that would be a great help in trying to come up with a good English term for something like this. Gishinju. Fuck, they're gonna keep saying it. They're gonna keep saying it. Nah, because Rakshasa is a whole thing. Like, that's its own thing. If you say Rakshasa, then that's a... Like, that's a... Well, maybe. If it's supposed to be invoking, like, the Rakshasa, then by all means you could just go with Rakshasa, but I don't think that that's what they're going for. Because, like, Rakshasa are its own thing. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. I've only ever seen it written. Because, I mean, like, yeah, if we see one of these things and it just fits the description for a... Also, I'm gonna actually... I'm gonna see how you were... Oh, it's apparently Rakshasa. Apparently Rook. Nope. Some people saying how to pronounce it. Okay, there are no. I'm getting hit with a mix-up. I'm just gonna say Rakshasa. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that they are going with a, presumably a generalist term here. But it's really just a problem of a difference in... It really is just a problem in a difference between, like, prefix-suffix structures and stuff like that, where Japanese can do Gishinju, and it sounds kind of cool. But, you know, you can't say, like, false divine beast. Doesn't really roll off the tongue like Gishinju. You could go with just simply a negative modifier instead. Like, you go with, you know, Sacred Beast. You know, instead of, like, Sacred, you would go Defiled or something like that. But not Blasphemies. Like, you know, Defiled, Mockery, something that invokes that style of imagery. Okay, they're running rampant on the northern side of the island. Now, yeah, we're sending in the Celestials to attempt to deal with them.
ブリトラのやつはどうしてるんだ?
And how's well, yeah, what's Vritra? What's that, what's Vritra doing?
我々に先駆けて単身北側に向かわれました。しかし
Oh, okay. He led the charge alone to the north of the
ブ
island,
リトラ
but
様は疑心獣や獣たちが己の愛する領民であったことを心得ていらっしゃいます。
again, 心得ている。心得ていらっしゃいます。 Now, for Lord Vritra, these beasts and Gishinju, he sees them as, or he knows them as, his beloved people. I think you would probably say like his beloved fellow people.
深さが命取りにならぬと良いのですが。
I hope his... Like, yeah, I sincerely hope his mercy does not prove fatal. Or you might say, like, his compassion for that, rather than mercy. I'd go with compassion, actually. Thank you. Honestly, yeah, I would just go with, like, the Joukyo wa wakarimashita as thank you. We'll lend our full support to attempt to deal with these false divine beasts. God.
深く感謝いたします。
Well, it's specifically that they are... It's doubling up on specific terminology here. They're already using the, like, the Middle Eastern / East Asian sacred beast thing. It's really like the Hindu thing here. While also then using a created term to mean like a false copy of that. Imagine that you had like a fantasy thing in English, and they used like some sort of... Like imagine that you had unholy spirit as a fantasy construct of... Or unholy ghost, rather. Yeah, unholy ghost. Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, but you went with unholy ghost. That's roughly the equivalent of what they're doing here with a prefix, making it a pain in the ass. Because the problem is that they can just slap the prefix on there. What do you think about using Abomination? No, Abomination is too generic. But it's something that you would actually have to take a minute to workshop. And the problem is that, like, since I'm seeing the Japanese first, in full context, I'm actually getting, like, a bit Like, it would be easier probably if I were to just show somebody like Michael or Dak it in a bit more isolation, since they're not going to have the, like, recency bias. But yeah. We have our thanks. We're deeply grateful.
聖戦士団は複数のルートで島の北側に向かっています。いくつかの部隊がここイエドリマンの船着き場から船で北上する予定です。
Could bully Michael? Maybe. Okay, the Celestials are heading towards the north of the island through various routes, some units heading north by ship to the docks here. Term is going to be used for the rest of the zone. Oh no.
疑心獣以外の獣たちに遭遇する可能性もあるでしょう。どうか念入りに戦いのお支度を。私は船着き場でお待ちしております。
Oh, damn it. My bad, my bad.
準備なら抜かりないわ。
Okay.
行きましょう。
I don't remember where I muted from. I had to sneeze and then I forgot to unmute. I'm good at this. I'm very good at this. Whole screaming thing. Okay. Thankfully, that was mostly just... Mostly, he was just talking about, like, hey, go north, you might run into stuff. Be careful, yada yada. Okay. Already. Let's go. Michael appears to be just as stun-locked as me. Okay, I believe we are going to need one more for dungeon.
創造魔法の暴発ではなく、人が獣に変わっている。私たちがアーモロオートで追体験した週末と完全に同じ状況ではないようだ。
It's not creation magic going haywire, but humans themselves turning into beasts. It's different from what we saw in Amaro. Okay. They're figuring out how things go.
いつでも出れるわ。ここで落ち着く。
Bad lads.
偽真珠を捜索しながら周りをできるだけ見ておくわ。この状況をただの悲劇で終わらせたりはしなくてよ。
Yeah, you just have to be very careful with whatever you go with. Because you don't want to make it into... You know, you don't want to make it into some, like, very specific thing. Holy shit, the game audio on my end is loud. That's definitely one that, for me, you would absolutely want to actually talk over with, like... You know, some actual, like, relatively devout Hindus. You know, you don't want to go... You don't want to make something up that makes the Japanese text seem like you're really fucking with an actual real-world religion. Because then you as the translator would be injecting that into the game. Right? I don't think anything in the Japanese would be particularly egregious. But you don't want to inject it, you know? Who can we get for a last, like, Patch or somebody? Who we getting as a... I mean, whatever, I'll just put up a party finder. Right, so that might be the cop out here. Doing paperwork. Okay, I'll just set 0420. Okay, there we go. I don't know why I'm still using the same password that Patch set up as a joke to fuck with me. But it is 0420 again. Yeah, and to be clear, I would never suggest, like, basically changing the original. if the original Japanese was using, like, exact, terms, right? If they just went out and said, like, you know, we're calling them Rakshasa, then you don't fucking change that. Right? You leave it as is. But here, they're doing a constructed term, and you would just want to make sure that you're doing an equivalent constructed term that doesn't end up bringing in any, you know, potentially unsavory connotations. Because it's not your game, and so you don't want to be the one to get a bunch of people pissed off at the people who actually made the game. Also, oh wait, I need to actually talk to the guy to gain access to the dungeon.
これで全員ですね。偽真珠討伐作戦へのお力添え、何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
Okay, appreciate your
先ほどもご
assistance.
説明した通り、
Wait a minute, that means I probably put up the party finder for the wrong
いただ
dungeon.
きます。
Okay, be taking a boat to the north of the island.
そこに広がるのはバナスパティ樹海。
Okay. Yeah, okay, so it's Jukai. So, here, I'll get through this, but Jukai here is like it is like Sea of Trees. In the Sea of Trees. You have it set for Tower of Babel? Yeah. I was not paying attention, I just kind of clicked through it.
サベネアの神々を祀る寺院が点在しています。
Okay, in ancient times, it's a place where, like, yeah, festivals were held. Or that's more like, you know, Saiji rites, almost? Yeah. Within the lush forest, there are several, like, temples enshrining. And there are, like, villages and temples enshrining the gods of Savenea. Or dedicated to the
樹海
gods
に
of
はすでに
Savenea.
大種の盟友たるブリトラ様と聖戦士団の兵士たちが突入している。
Okay, yeah, the, like, sworn, yeah, the close friend of the, Governor General Vritra and the Celestials have already entered. Have
彼
already...
らと共に人が転じた異形の獣たち、中でも巨大な偽真珠の討伐を試みてください。
Or have already been dispatched, I guess you could say. Shouldn't have pissed off God, now we gotta deal with miscommunication. So true. Okay, so, yeah, we gotta... He's just giving us the pep talk, we gotta go in there and deal with some abominations. Stick, we gotta go kill some people. Who, through no fault of their own, have been turned into horrifying monstrosities. Bro, the name of the dungeon is sick! Okay, let me fix that real quick here. Yeah. Okay, so what doth the four kanji compound meaneth? I'm glad you asked. So this four kanji compound is, it's the kanji for apocalypse, or, you know, the thing that they've been using is the shorthand for apocalypse, shimatsu, which means like the end, and then jukai, as they were saying before, which is like a sea of trees. So it's like apocalypse sea of trees. And just as before, when you run into any of these created for kanji compounds, you can really go wild with them. And so there's tons of options for this dungeon name. You could go with like Hellfire Canopy to go with the whole apocalypse thing. You could go with like verdant, like the verdant flames of Vanuspati. Really anything that has to do with like dense foliage plus apocalypse / fire. And the thing is that that name, even without seeing that it was going to be like everything is on fire, I saw that 4-kanji compound at the end of last stream and immediately pictured this. Like, it paints the picture perfectly. And it also reminded me very, very strongly of a song by the band Oh Death, which is Fire on Peshtigo, which is about like a fire in the American like northeast. Well, it's not really northeast. I think it was in either Wisconsin or Wyoming. Something starting with a W, and it's the deadliest wildfire in history. Killed like over 2,000 people. And the descriptions from people who survived that fire are terrifying. Excellent song. And it just immediately brought up that imagery. So the Japanese text does a very good job of getting you interested for the dungeon and getting you in the right headspace, for lack of a better word. And there's really no reason why they couldn't have these descriptors in the dungeon names. Like, if they can do, you know, if they can do the bind, or like the coils of Bahamut, or whatever, second turn, they can have, you know, like, the verdant flames of Vanuspati. Or they can have Hellfire Canopy, Vanuspati. Or just like, you know, the dash. There's really no reason why you have the space. You can do it. There's no reason not to do it. It just feels lazy. Or like they just couldn't find a way to make it as cool. And so they just decided, you know what, we're not even going to try. But it also really helps you, just from a gameplay perspective too, it helps immensely with just scrolling through the dungeons and remembering which one is which. Like, are you going to remember Vanuspati just on its own? Or, like, yeah, the Holminster one. You just see Holminster, right? Whereas in Japanese, you see, like, the 4-kanji compound here, which is, like, Massacre and Village, Holminster. Like, if you actually name this thing, like, the Holminster Horror, or, like, the Great Holminster Massacre, that's gonna make it stick out for people. Yeah, Holminster Switch. What does that even mean? It doesn't describe shit. Oh look at that image for Vanuspati. You see apocalypse upon the trees. All the foliage is burning. Every tree overhead in the densest jungle you've ever been in is just wreathed in flame. Alright, I'm sending us in. It's a perfect opportunity to really flex your you know, writing ability and your localization ability. This is your time. Okay, these kind of look exactly one-to-one like Rakshasa. Rakshasa, whatever. Though that's kind of like one-to-one, but at the same time, like, You've got some dialogue in the dungeon. Prepare to go over to the event tab. Okay. Will do. Show me the worm. Yo, what up, everybody? I'm just having frog. It's great. Let's get the grab. No.
来てくれたのか。聞いてくれ。この偉業はサベネアの子らなのだ。この子らを傷つけるなど私には。
Once again, I do not actually remember my new keybinds. I've not played an actual dungeon in weeks. Oh no, Patch is giving me the English version of this. Okay, so I can actually come back to these once we're done. The way that Mitra talks in Japanese is great. He really does just sound like an actual he just sounds like a dude. He sounds very down to earth. To the point where I actually kind of forgot that he was a fucking dragon for a second. Okay, wait a second, I forgot. You're supposed to just, like, spend them when you get them. I should probably just do this. It's so weird that you're just supposed to, like... Your best DPS during downtime is just not even pressing a DPS button. Wait, which one is that again? What is this called? It's Heart of Misery. Is the big nuke. Heart of Misery. That's... I'm gonna be real. This sounds kind of like a fart. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Oh, okay, we got mouth. Wait a second. Oh, you have to... Oh, it's whichever ones, like, aren't talking or something. I didn't have time to read what they were saying. Oh, yeah, I've got a shield. I forgot. LMAO. Okay, so it is just whichever ones are not talking. I probably should have swift cast that. I don't really know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, my statuses are in a very bad spot. I hate this mechanic so much, honestly. The round and round. Okay, there we go. Yeah, my cast bars are in the worst possible spot. I can't even see my fucking dot uptime. It's bad, man. This shit sucks, man. I knew it. I knew he would do it. I knew he would do it. At you, little fucker. And now whatever. Oh, no. I don't actually know. No, I don't want any of this. Yeah, there you go. Here, have an actual shield. Oh, they're like, yeah, Terminus. Terminus Brinta. Terminus? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, it should be a lot easier to keep uptime now that I'm actually using my fucking shield. That I just completely forgot about. Read the text leading up to the fight itself. Okay. So then let's not start the fight then. Okay, let's see what's going on with these guys. We have to run, mom. It's okay. Yeah, terrified. Yada. Why? Mom, help me. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it appears that they are overcome with... Okay, yeah, Terminus Horror, Terminus Weeper. They are overcome with terror and transform. Yeah, the armor sets here don't seem great. Yeah, nah, I'm good. The hell is that thing? Was that just like some sort of furry little worm guy? I'm paying so much more attention to the enemy names than I am to anything that's going on screen. It's kind of funny. Sprinter. No, never mind. That isn't the thing that I wanted. Okay, so before we pull this, you want to patch this up? We have to look. I have to look behind this thing. Ah, I see. Ah, I see what we're doing here. So that's like that's the head of a. That's the head of one of those elephant people, played in reversed. Yeah, that's a trunk back there. It's just Terminus Rekka. I mean, is that supposed to be Wrecker, or... is that some other word that I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So I think I can get in here and without aggroing it. And yeah, that's just somebody's head, man. That's great. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I think we're good. That's some nice, that looks like some shit that I would make. This is that sort of fresh body horror hell that I'd be making. You know? I accidentally used my shield on myself. Nah, if it was Bosch, it would be mostly just, like, dicks. Water bubbles. Ah, I see. You know what? I'm just gonna use, yeah, that here. I don't really know what else is going on. But I'm assuming you just don't want to get knocked into these guys. Ah, yes, I accidentally used my shield here. That's not going to be in time. I'm playing like absolute ass, man. Okay. It is drawing in fire, so now presumably we want to be in the water. Yeah, okay. Wait, that's kind of, again, very much similar to the whole Testigo fire thing. Like, literally, okay. If I can reference an actual real-life tragedy here for a second. You know, it's fairly obvious, but like a thing that people did during that big fire was attempt to, you know, survive it through jumping into rivers and lakes and shit like that, which did not work overwhelmingly. It's fine. Look, almost dead is not the same as actually dead. It's only mostly dead. I don't actually know what happened. What, like, did we try and get me killed somehow? Take a look right at the top up here, the view. Oh yeah, that's cool, that's cool. I'm a big fan of all of, like, these Dementors or whatever. Just running around, that's great. Oh. I mean, dropping a tank buster on patch is always... That's always a good idea. And yeah, you know, like, it would be a shame if this dungeon was just called Vonuspati with no other descriptor. Like, you know, we can't just be calling this thing like Verdant Hellfire or like Hellfire Canopy or anything involving the word apocalypse or flame. The squids are here. Yeah. You know, they're really just out here. They really do be out here living their best lives, I would say. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for these nightmare squids. Mollusk gang, you know it, bro. Peter. The squids are here. I hope you feel better soon. I apologize for that one. I mean, not really, but you know. Kinda. Oh shit. Alright, that's all my healing. Time to press holy. Until somebody, presumably, the tank, dies. These dudes are just straight up metaphor humans. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's pretty similar. Any HP above 1 is optional, that's the spirit. If I'm gonna OGCD for just the tank, I should probably just use regen, right? I kind of thought that it would just be that one wave of dudes, and so I wasn't using any of my cooldowns. But as it turns out, it was not just that one wave of dudes. There were also Monkey. Terminus Stalker. Monkey. Oh shit, we're going straight into a cutscene. It's that... Huh. Hopefully that's not Vritra. Huh. Wait, what? Yeah, what the hell? One second. What the hell is this thing? What is this spelled in English? Okay, so we are just actually using... That is just the actual name of, like, an Azura. I mean, if we're just doing that... You might be able to just say Asura, then? You might? Well, actually... Let me check something. Let me check something before we fire this off. I didn't actually think to just Google the the name of these in Japanese. Okay, so it's just a Final Fantasy exclusive term. It's just a Final Fantasy term. Damn. Okay. Yeah, but they are just using a straight up, like that is the name of a straight up regular ass Azura, whatever. I don't know these pronunciations. That's a class. It's not actually there's not just one. Azura is a generic. Well, not really a generic, but it's like, you know, it's like saying demon or angel, right? It's a classification. Yeah, I'm good to go though. I'm ready to absolutely die. I'm assuming raid damage. Yup. I think I had a dot on it. Can't quite tell. I really need to move this bar. Wait. Am I on red or blue? Where am I standing? Oh, jeez. Okay, that is what that meant. I didn't know if that was a debuff specific to me. Okay. This has turned into PvP, hasn't it? The situation has deteriorated. I don't know what this guy's doing, so I'm just gonna do this. Nope. I was incorrect. Oh, stand in the row, shitters. Okay, and they're introducing some amount of sauce to this. I'm just gonna drop everything. Yeah. Raid damage. Let's go. And look, everybody is gonna be fine. Ah. Well, this isn't great. At you, little shit. I'm not picking you up. Like, just so you know, I am not picking your ass up, Badge. You're staying down. I really need to move this health bar so I can see when my dot is up. That's fair. Hang on, can I do the Parser Classic? Oh no. I was trying to do the Swift Cast into... the Swift Cast DPS, the snipe the kill. How would you die there, though? Like, the only one that's like kind of a 50-50 is whether or not the... Ooh, damn, that actually looks... But it's for a bunch of classes that I just don't play whatsoever, so that's just gonna... that would just rot in my inventory. I'm still gonna hit green on it. Okay. So, let us go back through let's go back through these Vitra lines. Okay. I tried to bait patch in the wrong column. I saw that. I saw some amount of baiting going on, but really it only confused me. Yeah, you're here. Listen to me. Yeah, these monstrosities are the children of Savanea. You know, like, well, it's cool. Like, I would just say, you know, the people of Savanea. Oh, like, for me to hurt them, I'm Like, you know, he's saying, like, I can't bear to hurt them. I'm sorry if I... You know, hesitating won't stop this tragedy. Then I'll deal with the monstrosities in the sky. I leave the ground to you. Yeah, Magamagachi. What? Like, what a hideous presence. Now there are monsters everywhere, be careful. Okay. Yeah, there being victory music here does feel kind of weird. Okay, we're gonna leave Viritora with Soul in the Sky. Yeah, I mean, with it being like, you know, with it looking like that, man. We saved the city! Yay! Yeah, maybe we should have gotten these guys to the moon sooner. Maybe we should have gotten them to the moon. Maybe we should have listened to the moon rabbits. Maybe we should have gotten them to the moon. Maybe we should have listened to those damn moon rabbits. Shoukai Mamoru. Huh? Wait.
やっぱりなんてことなの。
Wait a second, wait a second. Wait a minute, which... Okay. Huh? Wait, so... Hmm? Wait, which... my brain is not able... My brain is not able to fill in the gaps here for that one. It's talking about, like, protect something.
そこに疑心獣がいて、今消滅した。そうなんでしょう。
Yeah, no, that was a person. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen to the, like, I bet the actual horror here is not just that they died, but rather that, you know, normally if somebody dies, their ether is gonna go back to the ethereal sea. But I would imagine here that if they turn into one of these things, that ain't happening. They're just like full on soul dead. Yeah, but that wouldn't make much sense. Oh, what, like the world in that case? Maybe? Okay. Yeah, there was a false idol, whatever you want to go with, and it's gone, right?
Oh, その通りだが。 まさかお前には見えてなかったのか
Yeah, that's what happens. Wait, did you... I think this is probably more like, is that not what it looked like to you? Or did you not see that?
他の人から転じた獣たちも見えないからこそ見えていたわ。
Huh. Yeah, okay, the beasts. Yeah, the false divine beasts and the, like, other beasts. You know, the other people that were transformed into beasts. It's precisely because I could not see them that I could see them.
ないのよ、エーテルが。
Yeah, there was no
空白
ether.
になっているの。
And they had no ether. And to my vision, it's like a complete empty space.
それはどういう
What does that
月の
mean?
監視者が言っていた言葉。古代人たちは天脈が循環不全を起こしている場所から星が腐り始めたと見たという話。
The thing the Moon Guardian said. The ancients saw the world begin to rot. From where the, like, heavenly ley lines were stagnant.
まさにその通りだったんだわ。人から獣に転じた瞬間にエーテルが腐り落ちてしまうのよ。
Huh. And that's exactly what it was. Once they turned into these beasts, like their ether began to rot away.
体はもちろん魂まで何一つ残らずに。
Yup, that's about what I thought. And not only their bodies, but their souls as well. There's nothing left of them.
でも疑心獣は何か言ってるみたいだった。人だった頃の思いが残ってるってことじゃないの？
But I don't have anything. I don't have anything for this, man. I'm gonna have to do this, like, between streams. For Gishinja. I'm just gonna say Gishinja. Whatever. You know, this... Whatever. You know, this false... sacred beast. I'm just gonna say false sacred beast. Just placeholder whatever actual localization you would want to have in your head. Like, this is an audience participation moment. If you've got a localization in mind, shout it at the TV now. Like we're on an episode of Dora the fucking Explorer. Do you have a localization for Gishinju? You do? What is it? That sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, the, false sacred beast was saying something. Doesn't that prove that they still have some, like, of their I would say, like, some of their, like, themselves are still in there. Like, I would say part of themselves are still in there somewhere.
そうね。
Demon.
完全に腐り果てるまでならば。けれどそれは消えかけの残滓に過ぎないわ。
消えかけの残滓. Damn. Yeah, like, this is not... Slaughter of disappearance. Yeah, you know, it's... like, until it... like, fully rots away, but that's just like a... It's just like, what, a shadow? I would say it's like just like a shadow left of them.
それじゃあ元には戻せないってこと？
So, that means we can't change them back? Like, they can never be changed
私
back?
たちの知っている方法では
There's not in any way that we know.
完全に無になってしまうのだもの。
Like,
おそらく
you know, with, not in any way we know of. No.
戻すことはできないわ。
Like, they have... Yeah, 完全に無. Hey, remember the whole, like, 完全な無 thing before that they didn't translate for what happens with, like, pure light and everything, and that's coming back up here now again? No, they've been reduced to absolute nothingness. Most likely, no matter what we did, there just isn't a way to bring them back.
正解にすら帰れないのか。
Yeah. They cannot even go back. Well, you don't say go back, like their souls won't go to the Sea of Stars. Hey, yeah, maybe we should get on the... Like, okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing here. I feel like the situation is FUBAR already. I feel like the situation is FUBAR here. And, like, mass evacuation, like, that happens now. That happens right now. Like... We're at a point of, you know, fate worse than death. Easily. Like, fate far worse than death, and so... I think we gotta cut our losses, boys. It's been a good run. We lasted about 5 minutes. Trying to deal with this situation without evacuating everybody. It's time to evacuate everybody. Like, that time is now. Yeah. Like, their momentum shows no sign of waning. You know, people are just gonna keep turning into monsters. Yeah. I'd hope that, like, yeah, these false sacred beasts were, you know, served as the Horde's leaders, but...
元は皆サベネアの子だった。どれだけこの牙にかけなければならないのだ。
Yeah. All of them are the children of Sabanea. How do you translate this into a way that makes it sound good? I mean, it sounds kind of weird in Japanese to me, even like Kono Kibali. I guess you could say, like, how many more must I slay with my own fangs?
ブリトラ様、皆さん、よくぞご無事で。
Yeah, we're not okay. Lord Vrithra, all of you. I'm glad to see you all.
いいのか?
Healthy.
竜の姿を見せて。
Yeah, is it alright to, you know, have him out like this?
ええ、彼らは真実を知る腹心たちです。何よりも、この秘密はもはや明かされなければならない。
Okay, yeah, they all know the truth. They're trusted confidants. And above all, the secret must now be revealed. Yeah, in any case, the secret must now be revealed.
ブリトラ様、この悪夢のごとき最悪を前にして、ラザハンは悲鳴と慟哭に埋め尽くされております。
Right now, Lord Vrithra, like in the midst of this nightmare, Razahan is... Yeah, Razahan echoes with screams and lamentations.
今こそ強き大使が必要なのです。どうか真相を告げ、ブリトラ様を御自ら民を率いてくださいませ。
It is now that they need a strong leader. Yeah, please reveal the truth and lead the people. Vrithra.
何を馬鹿げたこと。君が動転してどうする、アヒワン。
What are you saying? What do I... what should I do if you, like, lose your senses too?
大使まで竜であったなどと言い出せば、民を一層の混乱に叩き落とすだけだ。
Okay, yeah, you're losing your senses as well, and if in the midst of this tragedy, you were to tell the people that the Governor General were a dragon, it would only serve to lead the people into yet more chaos, into yet further chaos.
私はこのまま大使の盟友たる竜として
This doesn't really seem like the time to be having this conversation, even in the Japanese, honestly. This doesn't really seem like the time to be having this conversation. Like, people are suffering a fate worse than death right now. I don't think, like, who is the official leader of the place really matters. I don't think this is a country anymore. I will continue to deal with these beasts as the, Governor General's trusted friend. Trusted ally. Trusted friend. You must go be with the people and calm them. That is your duty.
すまないが、暁の皆もアヒワンに手を貸してやってほしい。
My apologies. Members of the Dawn. Could you please lend Ahion a hand?
この事態を究明し、対策を立てるには君たちの力が必要だ。
I'm sorry, what? Kyume? Like, this is a situation where I'm not quite sure if it's just me. Like, this might just be me. It might be that I'm a little bit tired or whatever. It might just be a result of being a non-native speaker. But this feels like a weird time to be doing this. We'll need your aid to investigate what has occurred and devise, you know, a strategy.
Oi, Tenryu.
Like, take measures to mitigate it or whatever. Hey. Dragon. Take me with you. Wouldn't be my first time fighting in the skies. 話を聞いていなかったのか。話を聞いてなかったのか。I really like this guy. I really like what he said. The first thing he says, the Estinian saying, like, you know, I've like fought in the skies alongside a dragon before. He doesn't say anything fancy. He just goes, "Did you not hear anything that I just said?" Were you not listening to me? I'll be fine alone. You all go help Ahiwan. Go assist Ahiwan. Listen, take this. Oh?
お前がめんどくさがって持とうとしなかった暁のリンクパールだ。
Were my words unclear, I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahiwan's side. Why do they have him talk like every other dragon? The whole point of the character is that he doesn't. The whole point of the character is that he's down to earth and kind of just acts like another person living in modern times on the island. That's the whole point. Why does he just talk like every other dragon? But, like, even here, this seems like a fairly awkward line. So you'd probably have to say, like, you know, I know you said these were a pain in the ass, so you never kept one with you. It's a link pearl. It's a dawn link pearl. It just seems like such a strangely strict adherence to trope. Even when the Japanese explicitly addresses that they are breaking the trope. Like, the Japanese script couldn't be more clear in saying that the point of JP Fuichiro was that he doesn't act like a dragon. And then the English localization team just goes, "But he's a dragon. What do you mean the dragons don't talk like dragons? That you can't do that. He's a dragon. Dragons talk like dragons." If you take a look at the Monster Manual, page 275, you will clearly see that they do only speak Draconic. They do not speak Common. This dragon cannot be speaking Common. I require that we change this immediately. Get the fuck out of my mom's basement. Session's over. Actually, it was page 299. Fuck, you're right. Damn. If Risha's going off on his own, we're gonna need a way to get in contact with him, right? And so, you should carry that. You should keep that thing with you. Haha. Well, you heard him. I believe it would be in your best interest to, this is like, what, acquiesce here? Governor General. He's giving him shit by calling him Taishu-sama. Okay. I won't object. If you don't mind falling off, being thrown off, you can hop aboard my back. Like if you're fine with possibly being like thrown off, you can, jump on aboard my back. Yeah, perfect. Sounds perfect. And now then, let's bring the skies under our dominion or something. He says like I guess you would just say like bring the sky under control or whatever. Aha. This is just what he does at this point. He just goes up to random dragons and gets piggyback rides. How many times does this make it now where he just hops up on random dragons' backs? He just walks up to dragons and goes uppies, uppies, uppies. Okay, my apologies. As Lord Vricha said, would you please be so kind as to assist us in these times?
もちろんです。私たちはそのためにこの地へ来たのですから。
Of course, that's why we're here after all.
重ねて感謝を。ひとまずはラザハンの都まで戻るといたしましょう。
We are yet further in your debt. Let's go back to Razahan. Razahan is not... I don't know if there really is going to be much of a city left. Oh no, there's still a city, okay.
Situation ラザハント市内に発生した獣は聖戦士団によってかろうじて排除できたそうです。
Okay. Got an update on the situation. Okay, the beasts within the city of Razahan were just barely able to be dealt with by the Celestials.
とはいえ、いつまた新たな獣が生じてしまうかわからない。依然として予断を許さぬ状況でしょ
う。However, we still have no idea when more beasts will arise. We're still in a very... we still remain within an incredibly unpredictable situation. Wow.
エスティニアンたちなら必ずラザハン。
God. This is tilting me so hard, man. I'm so tilted. I am so tilted. Do you see the issue? Do you see the issue with the name of the quest? Shinso. The truth of the false sacred beasts. Fuck me. Come on. You're not making this easy. You're not making this easy. And clearly you got the false and then truth here. That's that's like a thing that they're going for, but at the same time,
今後のことですが、私は一度メーガドゥタグーに戻り、島全域の状況確認と
Trying to give a
救援の指
decent
示を
read for
進めた
things
いと
like
思いま
this
す。
live is so brutal. Okay. As for what we should do from here, I would like first to return to Megaduha Palace and begin giving instructions to provide aid throughout the island.
でしたらこちらは都市内がつかの間でも落ち着いているうちに調査を始めるといたしましょ
う。To confirm the current state of and provide aid within the island. Okay. Okay. In that case, while there is some, while there is a moment of calm, we'll begin investigating throughout the
う。ラ
city.
ザハンでの獣の発生、特に最初に生じたとおっしゃっていた偽真珠について市民の方々から証言を集めてみたいと思います。
Okay, we'd like to collect testimony from the citizens regarding the outbreak of beasts throughout Razahan, particularly the false sacred beasts.
どのようにして最悪が起こったのか、それを正しく把握することが事態の解明につながるかもしれません。
Okay. Understanding exactly how this, disaster occurred may lead to greater understanding of the situation as a whole.
皆も力を貸してほしい。新たな獣が発生する前に3方に分かれて聞き込みをしよ
う。Wait a second. Oh, they fucked up a thing. Kashitani just posted it in Discord. So one of the lines from Yashola before, right? Hold up, let me just grab this again, because the Gishinju mo, 他の人から、変した獣たちも見えないからこそ見えていったわ。So, the Japanese line was like, it's precisely because I couldn't see them that I could see them. It's precisely because I couldn't, I can't see them that I can see them. The English said, I saw nothing, not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men-turned beasts, and because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether where the creature should be, I saw naught but emptiness. They, got the tenses and the description and the weight of the line kind of wrong there. When I'm reading that in Japanese, it reads far more like, you know, the all sacred beasts, all the other people turned into you know, monstrosities, beasts. It's because I can't see them that I can see them. There's no ether. There is simply no ether. Like, in my vision, they just seem like pure empty space. Like pure voids. Or to my eyes, right? Saying where the creature should be, I saw naught but emptiness, gives a, like, that doesn't convey the horror of her saying that this whole time when she was just looking at them, she just sees nothing. And that's how she could tell where they were. Because there's just these blank voids of absolute lack of ether. Yeah, I'd like for all of you to help. Okay, before more beasts appear, split into 3 groups.
私とアリ勢はパクシャ通りから、
Okay.
サンクレッドとヤシトラはダーマクから。
Okay, we're splitting up. Alexana going from Paksha Street. Anchored Yustola, Dama.
そしてオレオとグラハは
Why am I
レー
being
テライ
put
ト
with
プラザ
Grahat
周
here?
辺の
Why am I
あり
putting
方
with
から
Grahat
今
here?
回の最悪や
Stop.
偽真珠についての証言を
Okay.
集めていくん
Air
だ。
around Etherite Plaza. Okay.
最後はメガドゥタグーの前あたりで落ち合おう。
Gonna be getting testimony. Okay, skipping. And then we'll, you know, after we're done, we'll meet in front of Megaduha Palace. Sure. Why? Could we trade? Could we trade?
よし、俺たちも聞き込みに出発しよ
Alright then, let's go, go get some, information.
う。アルタクって言うと、前にレイウロコを受け取ったアルキミア製薬堂があるあたりだよな。
Getting some testimonies. The Oruto District. Okay, makes sense. Like where the Origimia pharmaceutical hall where we got the scales was.
だ
Okay.
からまずは製薬堂の中で聞き込みをしないか。
Okay, so let's go
レイ
talk
ウロコをもらう前に挨拶
Okay,
を
let's
受け
go
た
to
んだが、
the
ムハディーンって人が工房の長だったはずだ。
medicine, like the medicine pharmaceutical. I guess it is just like a medicine manufacturer hall or temple. Okay, New Hadin, sure. Doom, 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 doom. God, we're still not gonna let me use that Aetherite. We're still not gonna let me use that Aetherite. I'm... why? 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 Just let me use the Aetherite. Just let me use the damn Aetherite. Hey, what's up?
むむ、そちらの赤い目の青年は記憶にあるな。確かレイウロコを受け取りに来た暁の。
Ah, I remember you with the red eyes. No, you're the people from the Dawn. Picked up those
どうし
scales.
てまたこんな立て込んだ状況で
I'm
訪
skimming
ね
that.
てきたの
Okay.
であるか？
With things as they are, what are you doing here?
俺たちラザファン大使からの要請で今回の最悪について調べてるんだ。あんたひときわ大きな獣偽真珠を見なかったか？
We're investigating the current incident at the request of the Governor General Jazahan. And did you witness any of the largest of these, the false sacred based,
見
ah,
たとも
god.
昨日の宵のこと我が輩がこの製薬堂で調合をしてい
Oh,
る
this is a
最
Waga
中
dude?
に島全体に響くような
Okay.
大きな異音が鳴ってな。
Oh yeah, I saw it. Last evening, while I was in the midst of preparing the, while I was in the midst of mixing, or like compounding medicine in the hall here, I heard a loud strange sound reverberating through the entire
調合
island.
を手早く中断して
Resonating through
外
the
に出る
entire
と
island.
火も落ちた後だというのにエーテライトの上が真っ赤になっていたのである。
Okay. I immediately stopped my compounding to look outside, and even though the sun had already set, above the sky above the aetherite was pure deep red.
直後バルシャーン・バザールの方から悲鳴が上がった。見るとあの巨大な化け物が通路から頭を出しているではないか。
After I heard a scream from Balshan Bazaar. When I looked, I guess a massive monster beast was, yeah, a massive monster was like looking into the road or something, you know, like its head was like poked out looking in,
や
presumably
つは
very
どうにか
large.
這い出すと駆けつけた聖戦士団を吹っ飛ばしつつ数体の化け物を引き連れて上空へと飛び去ったのである。
Like it began to crawl out towards, like into the bazaar, I guess, further, and then knocked away the celestials that rushed towards it, and along with several other monsters with it, flew into the sky.
偽真珠はバザールの方から来たのか。分かった。情報ありがとな。
Okay, the false sacred beast came from the bazaar. Okay, thank you.
オレオ、次はその
For the information.
バルシャーン・バザールに行ってみよう。数
Okay,
人から
let's go to
証言
Balshan
を集められ
Bazaar.
るといいんだが。
Okay, we get some witness testimonies from the people there. Sure. This is messing me up so hard, though, man. If they're gonna keep using this term, it's gonna keep messing me up. But, like, blasphemy is just so not good for it. It's just really not good. Wait, what's going on here?
サベネア織。やっぱり地域が近いだけあってコルボの伝統的な織物と似てる気がするな。
Yeah, we're
って
just
言っ
talking
ても
about fabric.
詳しいわけ
Okay,
じゃ
I'm
ないん
just
だけどさ。 シャーレアン石になってか
Similar
ら
to
は
Portal,
一度も行ってない土地だし、自分が帰るべきば。ただ、最近は少し一族に、だか
Yeah,
ら、
I don't know, we're just talking
あ
about
っちもどうに
clothes.
か無事だといいな。それでもし、週末を乗り越えることが。
Okay, yeah, he's just talking about being like, okay. That was far more off topic than I thought it
悪
would
い
be.
けど、店は開けてないよ。こんな状況で商売なんてできるもんか。
Yeah, sorry, we're closed. You know, who the hell would be doing business in a time like this?
すまない、お客ってわけじゃないんだ。ラザハンを襲ったひときわ大きな獣について調べてるんだが、あんたは見かけなかったか？
Okay. I mean, you wouldn't say who the hell, but you probably would just say, like, who could be doing business at a time like this. Yes. Yeah, we're not, customers, actually. We're looking into the, like, that giant beast that attacked Razahan. Would you happen to have seen it?
ひときわ大きな？いや、
The
私はずっ
largest
とこ
one of
の
them?
東通りにいたが、ここで暴れ回った化け物はみんな私より小さかったよ。
A massive... what, like a massive one? No, I've been here on the, like, Eastern Street this whole time, and all of the monsters I saw were smaller than me.
そいつがバザールに立ってんなら、もう一方の西通りの方かもしれないね。
Okay. If what you're looking for was in the bazaar, it probably would have been in the Western Street. Alright. So, West. This is a really bad design for a bazaar.
どうかしたのか、違法の客人。困っているなら、できる範囲で手を貸すが。
You alright? He does say, like, you know, foreigners, visitors from afar. If there's anything you need, I'd be glad to assist as best as I can.
心遣いに感謝するよ。困ってるわけじゃない
Thank you
ん
for
だ
your
が、
consideration.
情報が欲しいんだ。バ
Thank
ザ
you for
ール
your
を通ったとい
hospitality.
う、ひときわ大きな獣についてさ。
And there's nothing we need other than information. What we're looking for is information regarding a particularly large beast that passed through the
あいつ
bazaar.
が襲ってきた時、俺はこの店の奥で商品の整理をしていたんだ。通りに背を向けるようにしてな。
Okay, when it attacked, I was sorting goods in the back of my shop. I had my back turned on the
そ
street.
したら、突然、誰かの悲鳴が、振り返ると、あいつがいたんだ。そこの入り口から、なだれ込んでくるところだった。
Then I heard a scream and turned around and... Like it was right as it was, like, began crawling or rushing into the street. Hmm? Okay, no description.
なんだ、また何か起きたのか？助けてくれ。一体どこへ逃げればいい？
What? Has something else happened? Help me. Where should I go? How do I get out of here?
ああ、
Oh, okay. Wait.
通路の奥から
Accidentally skipped
化け
it.
物の群れが押し寄せてきたんだ。
Calm down. Everything's all right now. Yeah, no, it's not all right now. We're trying to figure out exactly what happened here. Could you tell us? Could you tell us what you saw? Okay, from like the end of the street, the horde of monsters came rushing towards
中でも
us.
一番大きな化け物が買い物客たちを吹っ飛ばして、それからあの不気味な口で食っちまったんだ。
Among them, the largest of those monsters. Get rushed into those, like the shoppers and devoured them with that terrifying maw of its.
俺はとっさに
With its
カウンターの中に
terrifying
飛び込んだ。多分他にも同
Like
じようにしたやつがいたと思う。
maw. Yeah. I ran as fast as I could and hid underneath the counter. Like other people probably did the same.
だが小さい方の化け物のうなり声が聞こえて、次に人の悲鳴が何が起きたのかはわからない。それが聞こえなくなるまで俺はただ祈るしか。
And I heard the smaller monsters growling. Or like roaring. I had no idea what was happening. So all I could do was pray until until it all stopped.
もうわかった。十分だからありがとうな。ここにはまだ残ってるやつがいるし、製薬堂の方も無事だった。今は誰かのそばを離れずに心と体を休めてくれ。
Yeah, we understand that's enough. It's more than enough, thank you. And there are still other people left. I don't know if you would say survivors, because he's being very gentle about this. I guess you would say, like, yeah, there are other survivors here. And the pharmaceutical hall was safe as well. Just try and, stay close with... I would say, like, try not to be alone. And get some rest for your body and heart.
これでおおよそ証言は集まったと思うが、ここで話し合うのは予想。バザールを抜けたあたりに移動しないか?
Yeah, that should be all of the testimonies. The eyewitness testimonies we can get. Yeah, we should talk them over. Okay, let's you just said like we should go through here.
証人たちの話を聞く限り、偽真珠はバザールで生じたわけじゃなさそうだな。
Okay, based on what the merchants are saying, it appears that the false sacred vase didn't appear at the bazaar itself. It, wasn't born in the
彼ら
bazaar
の証
itself.
言を総合すると、まさにこの辺りから西通りを突き抜けてエーテライトプラザの方へ向かったことになる。
Okay, from the testimony, it came from somewhere around here, and then moved through the western street towards the
だと
Aetherite
する
Plaza.
と、この奥でも聞き込みをした方が良さそうだ。さっき見た看板によると、メリードズメーハネっていう酒場があるみたいだが、行ってみないか?
Okay, so we should look a bit further this way. According to the sign I saw over there, there's a bar called Merid's Mehane? Merid's Mehane? Okay, let's see how things are going over there. Well, no, he just said, let's try going over there to investigate. Sure. I'm, giga skimming these direction lines way more than I should be. Fuck. It's really low poly, but now I'm hungry. Fuck you, game. Ah, why is there gotta be like... Oh, it's probably garlic naan, too. Ah. How dare you, how dare you.
はあ、銅に返すと、机は並べ直したものの、今日も臨時休業になりそうね。
Okay. 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 So, can I understand that we've got a pretty good momentum going here. However, this feels like a line saying we didn't want to make this place... We didn't want to make like a separate instance of this place where it's a mess. If somebody turned into a gigantic monstrosity and ran around eating a bunch of people, would you really be, like, resetting all the tables? Would you? Would you really? Because, we finally managed to, somehow managed to get all of the tables back in, tables and chairs back in order, but... looks like we're gonna be closed today again, huh? Like, we're gonna be, closed today, huh? They have to keep doing food service? Yeah, no, I don't think we are. Like... Actually, fuck, they probably did. I was gonna say, like, if you were at the Burger King that was right next to the Twin Towers, like, like, a couple hours after that happens, are you resetting the tables? I don't fucking think so. Waffle House isn't closed? That is true, actually. You make a compelling point. Yeah, you could be in the middle of, like, the actual, like, biblical end of days. And Waffle House would still probably be open. Like, everything described in the Book of Revelation could be going on, and you could still go in and get a chocolate chip waffle.
Giant行の獣? 聖戦士団が偽真珠って呼んでいたやつね。
Massive and deformed beast, strange beast. Yeah, the thing that the Celestials are calling like a false sacred beast.
ええ、よく知ってるわ。私
Yeah, I
が
know
ここ
exactly
で
what
メ
you're
リ
talking
ード
about.
からお酒を受け取っていた時に叫ぶような、うなるような、とにかく尋常じゃない声がしたの。
Yeah, I was just about to, like, carry out, like, serve some, alcohol from Midi when I heard, like, a screaming, groaning sound. Like some sort of, like, screaming, groaning, roaring sound.
それで振り返ったら、黒い霧みたいなのが、ふわっと散って、あいつが姿を現したのよ。
Yeah, when I looked, I turned around and there was this, like, weird black fog just showed up and, then that thing, then we saw that thing.
その後は、もう、大惨事、思い出すだけで、背筋が凍るくらい。不幸中の幸いは、すぐに、外へ出て行ってくれたことよ。
After that, it was terrible. Just remembering it sends, makes my skin crawl. The only, the only fortunate thing about it was that it like, left pretty much immediately.
けど、代わりに空が血みたいに真っ赤になって、メリードやみんなと抱き合ってなかったら、聖戦士団が駆けつけてくる前に、 気を失っていたわ。
Yeah, but then the sky went blood red. If I hadn't been, like, holding on to Merido and everyone else, I probably would have fainted before the, Celestials came.
待ってくれ。空が燃えるよりも、偽真珠が現れる方が早かったのか？
Wait. Yeah, that is an important bit of information. So you're saying that the false sacred beast, God, I hate this, showed up, or, yeah, appeared before the sky started, the sky burned?
ええ、間違いないわ。ここから客席の方を見ると外がよく見えるでしょう。偽真珠が暴れ始めた時は間違いなくいつもの空だったわ。
Yeah, that's... I'm sure of it. You can see the sky clearly from here when false sacred beast went on its rampage. The sky was still normal. Okay, that seems fairly important. This guy does not appear to be in uniform, so what, is this like an actual customer?
巨大な化け物？
Yep.
もしかして、口のたくさんついたやつか？
A giant monster? What, you talking about the thing with like with all those mouths? There's a bunch of like mouths, yeah.
見たよ。この目で、人がそれに変わる瞬間をな。
Yeah, I saw it with, with my own eyes. Like right when, like somebody transformed into, like I saw a person transform into that thing.
奥の窓際の席で商人風の連中が飲んでたんだ。最初はもちろん普通の姿をしていたさ。
Okay, so apparently, I guess this was like multiple people fused into one. So, you would say like when some like people transformed into that thing. And, like in the back or in like the interior, inside by like one of those window seats. I guess it would be like, windows out of one of the window seats in the back. There's some people who looks like merchants drinking. And, of course they look, they were normal at
そのう
first,
ち
but
にリーダーらしき男が何か嫌なことがあったんだろうな。頭を抱え始めた。すると黒い蒸気みたいなものがそいつから立ち上って。
but then a guy who looked like their leader, or like you would say like a guy who looked like he was in charge, like began holding his head like something like there was something wrong, or like something really bad happened to him, and then this weird black steam, like the stuff that looked like black steam started pouring from his head.
次の瞬間膨れ上がったかと思うとあの化け物になってたん
Or
だ。
it's like, some like weird black steam started rising from him, rather. And then after that, in a second, it looked like he was like swelling and then turned into that monster.
周りにいた連中も悲鳴を上げたか上げないかってうちに黒い蒸気に包まれて獣に。
Like, 悲鳴を上げたか上げなかったうちに。That's an interesting way of wording that. Yeah, wait, no. I think I understand. Never mind, I was blanking on this. It's like, before the others even had the chance to scream, they were covered in that black steam and...
ちなみにその商人たちに心当たりは？
So do you know anything about those? Like, do you have any idea who those merchants might have been?
いや、俺は塗装職人だからな。商人に知り合いは少ないんだ。
No, I'm a painter. Huh. So that's an important distinction. He's like a house painter sort of guy. He's like, yeah, I'm a painter, so... I don't really know any merchants.
ただ、給仕のミリールがあの商人と親しげに話しているのは見たぞ。
But I saw Mihiru the... Oh, Miriru. The waiter. I'm not sure if that's a waiter or a waitress. Speaking with the merchants. Like they seemed like they knew each other? Yep, waitress. Oh, welcome. Huh?
悪い。話を聞かせてもらいたいだけなんだ。給仕のミリールっていうのはあんただな。
Yeah, sorry, we just wanted to talk. There was a waitress here named Miriru. That's you, isn't it?
俺たちは大使と協力して偽真珠について調査をしてる。ここで巨大な異形に変わってしまった商人について何か知っていることはないか?
Okay, we're working with the Governor General to try and investigate the all sacred beast. God, I hate this. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. This is the worst. Okay. Give me like a minute to think about this and see if I can figure something out, because this is killing me. Okay. 疑心术。疑心术。Thinking. I mean, the best I can come up with right now is just say, like, unholy, but... Blasphemy is so bad. One second. The problem is that basically all words in English. Yeah, like, if you were to bust out a thesaurus, the problem is that any synonyms for, like, unholy are going to have Abrahamic connotations to them. Almost, like, as a rule. You might be able to say profane beast, profane might be better than blasphemous. Slightly. Because profane doesn't have... It doesn't have as strong of explicit, like, Christian connotations. It's not as strong. Divine? Fuck. The thing is that I don't know what the actual, Hindu term for these sorts of things are. I would probably, like, I would need to actually look into or talk with people who are more well-versed in Hinduism to actually know what you would call these things. Because presumably there's an actual term within these sort of... like, within that umbrella of religions that actually describes what this sort of thing is. And so you would use some form of, like, combination of corrupted X or profaned X. Right? Yeah, it's a combination of multiple things. So there is some sort of term, most likely, within those religions that refers to these sort of half-animal creature things. And then you would do, like, profaned X. Honestly, I would just say profaned beast at this point. I'm just gonna say profaned beast here. For right now. But I don't like it. Like, I by no means like it. I would want to change this at some point. I'm gonna need to workshop it, but for now, something that just doesn't make me want to fucking jump off a cliff. Okay. Okay, we're working with the Governor General to investigate the profaned beasts. Sure, that works, whatever, fine. Do you know anything about their, like, some merchant here who transformed into a massive, to a great monstrosity?
少しだけ。あの方は何度も店に来てくれていた顔なじみのお客さんだったんです。
Just a bit. And just a little. He was a regular customer. I'd seen him around the store several times. I'd seen him at the store many times.
名前を冠する紹介を運営していらっしゃいました。
カルザール。He ran a business with the same name. Wait, is that... Oh, wait. Yeah, that... I remember this guy, kind of.
あんたがサンクレッドたちと最初にサベネア島に行った時、その時の報告にそんな名前が出てきたな。
Oh yeah, when you went to Savannah Island with Thancred. So that guy, okay, so that dude was under a ton of stress, his business was about to go under, so all of that dude's fear and stress and whatever caused him to... Man, I'm caffeinated on an empty stomach. The very first thing that came to my mind when I was about to describe the process of this man transforming into a horrible nightmare monstrosity and, like, his very soul itself being eaten away and reduced to, like, pure dark energy. You know, fate worse than death. The very first thing that I thought was, that guy was under a lot of stress, and so that's probably what caused him to digivolve. I don't even like Digimon. I've not watched a single episode of Digimon, I've not played a single Digimon game, but for some unknown fucking reason, the first thing that my brain came up with was Digivolve. Why? I need an answer. Yeah, now that makes sense. See, that's the thing. This is the thing that fucking bothers me. Is that when I'm reading something in Japanese, if I see the Shoukai o mamoru, I'm like, he can't be saying business. That doesn't make any sense. There has to be some other Shoukai that I'm not thinking of that is the explanation for this. I don't want to sound like an idiot by saying that it's like, I need to protect my business? What does that mean? What? Huh? That doesn't make any sense to me. And so I just assume that I'm stupid, and I'm, like, there's just some other word that could possibly be. Like, I was thinking, like, this is probably some, like, really esoteric nonsense thing. You know, this is something that, like, this is a word that I just somehow don't know. Or something like that. No, it's just business. Right? It fucks me up so hard when that happens. Like, if we ever get into one of these situations where it's something that's like somewhat vague or somewhat weird, I always just assume that I don't know. Like, I just assume that I'm wrong. But yeah, no, that makes sense now. Shoukai o mamoru. Yeah, okay, I saved the business. But yes, we went to Savannah Island with Thancred. Also, you really don't need to say Thancred for any of these, like, Sankure do Tachi, you know, X name Tachi. That's just kind of how the pluralization works in Japanese. So you would either say more naturally, like when you went to Savannah Island, that name came up in the report, or you would say when you went to Savannah Island with, you know, Thancred, Urienja, and Estinian. You'd just, like, list everybody. The name showed up in the report.
で出会った紹介の長で、マトシャって漁師と出会うきっかけになったとか。
Hold on. And it's really bad that the main thing on my mind right now is that I'm really hungry. I haven't eaten anything today. And so rather than thinking about the game right now, the thought that was, like, consuming my mind was, I wonder if if there are any decent Indian places near me where I can get some fucking garlic naan. And if they'll still be open when the stream is done. Okay, back to the game. Lock in, lock in, lock in. You know, he was the leader, you know, he was the owner of the business. Met him in Edorian. And that's how you met the fisherman. Atosha.
そのカルザールさんで間違いないと思います。取引の大半はイェドリマンでやっていると聞きましたから。
That I'm certain that that's the Karuzaru that you're talking about, or that most of his business was done at Dorian.
でもここ最近は党のせいで外国との商いが難しくなって稼ぎが急落してしまったようなんです。
However, the tower made it difficult to conduct trade with foreign nations, and his income had plummeted.
党が消えた後も帝国の情勢不安もあってすぐには元の状況には戻せそうもないと言っていました。それどころか取引先が減る一方だと。
Even after the tower was gone, due to the uncertainty of the situation with the Empire, it was, he said it was unlikely that they would be able to go return to business as usual, and that actually is business partners were only dwindling. We're actually on the decline.
それは責任者として辛かっただろうな。
That's to be difficult for someone in a position like him.
商会の面々や契約している職人たちの生活をどうやったら守っていけるか、昨日も主要な所属者たちとずっと話し合っていました。
Okay. Okay, so yesterday he was talking it over with his main associates of how they were going to be able to maintain a livelihood for their for their own employees and contracted craftsmen.
けれど打開策は見つからなかったみたいで、行き詰まっているうちにあんなことに。
But it seems like they couldn't find any form of solution, and while he was at the the end of his rope, that's when
辛いことを思い出させてすまない。だがもう一つだけ可能な範囲でいいから教えてほしい。
Sorry for bringing up that those painful memories. There's one more thing we'd like to know. You can just tell us as much as you can for now.
獣に転じる前のカルザール氏に何か異変はなかったか？どうして彼がいち早く特に強大な獣になってしまったのか、原因を突き止めたいんだ。
Was there anything particularly strange about Mr. Karuzaru before he transformed? We're trying to find the root cause of why he became such a powerful beast and bring it into the...
すみません。さっきお話しした通り、ひどく塞いでいた
Well, no, that
こ
wasn't
とくら
bringing
いし
into
か
it. We need to
私にはわからないです。
We need to determine exactly what the root cause of the phenomenon is. Yeah, sorry, as I said earlier, we just seemed incredibly depressed. But that's all I know.
カルザールさんは仕事一筋、独身で家族はいないのだと以前おっしゃっていました。紹介の主要な方々も獣になってしまいましたし。
Yeah, Haruzaru told me before that he's entirely dedicated to his work. He's single, has no family, and his his employees, the other executive employees also became beasts.
でも近所に住む方なら何かご存知かもしれません。大まかな場所くらいしか聞いていませんが、お伝えしましょうか。
Okay, like the other people who live near him might know something. I only know the approximate area, but do you want me to tell you? Okay, apparently we're going into the neighborhood. Sure. Wow. Yeah. In the midst of disaster, in the midst of calamity, it's or those caught within
ラザハンの上層、カーマ区にお住まいだとおっしゃっていました。
Okay. Karazara said he lived in the one of the upper layers of Razan Kama district.
あそこはたくさんの住宅が立ち並ぶ地区ですが、子供の頃から住んでいたそうなので、彼を知っている方は多いんじゃないかなって。
Okay, there's a lot of residential homes there. Apparently he lived there since he was a child, so there might be people there who knew him. Should be quite a lot of people who knew him.
カーマ区か、初めて聞く場所だな。
Okay, Kama District. First time I've heard of it.
あ
How do we get
あ、それ
there?
なら道順を書いたメモをお渡ししますね。
Okay, she's gonna write a memo on how to give
はい
us、
どうぞ。
directions.
本当に役に立つ話が聞けるかどうかはわかりませんが、カルザールさんが浮かばれ
Okay,
ることを
I'm not
私
quite
も
sure if
願っ
this
て
is
い
going
ま
to
す。
be. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be useful to you or not, but I just hope that Kodozaru can rest in peace.
カーマ区までの道中、要所要所で俺がメモを見て案内するよ。
Yeah, no, he's not going to be able to rest in peace, actually. His soul is fucking gone. That's like the exact opposite. Okay. Grahatia is going to be giving me instructions. He's going to be giving me directions, rather. But also, it's just listed on the map. Nope. So I'm assuming I just go, through here, and then I can... I mean, I see the up and around there. And I'm running into a cart. Man, why did I have to look at that very low poly plate of curry and naan? Oh. Speaking of, great tragedies, real, horrible human tragedies. There's a there's a Japanese place somewhat near me. And much like every single, like, Japanese restaurant in specifically California, they just sell literally everything that's even vaguely Japanese, which is a real shame. Because, I mean, who the fuck is going to get, like, ramen and sushi at the same place? That's just fucked. That's not okay. It's like if you know, it's like how if you go to, like, an Italian place, sometimes they'll just have, like, pasta and pizza and, like, literally anything that is even slightly vaguely Italian. And it usually just means that, like, one of those things they might do okay, but then the rest of it is going to be terrible. And so, I was just like, you know what? I'm going to be a 12-year-old, and I'm going to get some curry from them. You know, like a nice Japanese katsu curry. And it was just not very good. It was just not very good. And I don't know what of the 70 things on that menu are actually decent. Because clearly there's going to be something on there that's decent. You know, there's got to be at least one thing that they actually specialize in. But you just can't tell.
到着。ここがカーマクで間違いなさそうだ。
I'm just talking about food now. Alright, we're here. This is definitely the Kama district.
それじゃあ早速ここ
Is
に住む
Japanese
人
curry
た
even
ちに
good? How
アルザ
dare
ー
you?
ル市について気づいたことがないか聞い
It's
てみよう。
it's fantastic. Okay, let's ask around. Let's ask the people here if they noticed anything. Like, that was off about Karuzara recently?
こんな状況だが、屋内になら、まだ残っている人がいるかもしれない。
Okay, given the situation that most people should be indoors. Or we're just gonna, like, go into random houses. We're just going to go into random houses and be like, hey, do you know about this guy? Hey, do you know this guy?
カルザールさん、お互いこの地区に住んで長いからよく知っているわ。
Oh, Karuzara? Oh, yeah, he lives here. He lived here for quite a long time. I know him quite well.
若い頃から変わらず仕事熱心な人でね。いつも早朝に出かけて夜遅くに戻ってくるの。商売のためにあちこち駆け回っていたようよ。
Ever since he was young, he's been completely dedicated to his work. You know, he left early in the morning and came back late at night. He was always traveling. He would always travel all over for business.
でもここのところは仕事が振るわなかったみたいで、丸1日家にこもったままなんてこともあったわ。
Yeah, but you know, recently it seems like things haven't been going well for his business, and you know, there were like days where he would shut himself inside the. You know, he would just stay home the entire day.
「かと思えば夜中に出てきて外のベンチでうなだれていることも、紹介がよほど窮地なんだろうって私たちも心配していたの。
And now that I've oh, okay. Oh, okay, never mind. It was like there was a day when he would just, like, you know, he spent the whole day at home, then, like, went out in the middle of the night to sit on the bench outside. Like, you know, with his head hung low. You know, we were all We were all very worried that his business was in a, dire straits.
こっちでもその調子か。相当思い詰めてたみたいだな。
Okay, so that's how it was. It seemed like he really was like it's like, completely lost as to what to do.
他に何か変わったところなんかはなかったか？
Is there anything else that seemed off about him?
いいえ、お仕事のこと以外は何も。普段から
Other than his business, other than his work, nothing else. He was always hardworking and industrious. Or it's like hardworking and diligent.
ねえ、こんな風に聞かれるなんて、彼に何かあったの？昨日から何か悪いことが起きているみたいだけれど、それに関係があるのかしら。
Okay. Oh no, she didn't even know. For you to be asking me all this, did something happen to him? It seems like since yesterday something really bad has been going on, but is it related to that?
私は足が悪くて他の区まで出歩くのも一苦労だから娘に家の中で待つようにと言われているの。おかげで状況がさっぱりだわ。
Yeah, my legs aren't so good, and going out to other wards on foot is very difficult for me, so my daughter just told me to stay inside. As such, I have no idea what's going on out there.
ラザファン内は今落ち着いているが、いつ大惨事が起きるかわからない状態が続いてるんだ。
Okay, we're just gonna throw this right at her. Dazan is calm for now, but it's unclear whether or not another calamity will occur again. Whether another disaster will occur again.
どうかお気をつけて。大使からの指示があった時には、娘さんと一緒にできるだけ速やかに避難するんだ。
Okay, yeah. Please be careful, and if the Governor General gives the order, be ready to, evacuate as soon as possible. Hey, what's up, man?
第急に。僕、今さっき起きたばかりなんだけど。
What's this? I just woke up.
それは、むやみに逃げ回るより、かえって安全だったかもしれないな。
Okay, it's like, rather than running around in a panic, that might be the safer option.
実はサベネア島の全
Just
域に異常
sleeping
事態
through
が
it.
発生してるんだ。
Bro, this
避難
guy
す
is
ることに
me.
なるかもしれないから身支度をしておいた方がいいぞ。
This guy is me. Once I manage to fall asleep, my bed could get carried off in a fucking flood and I would not wake up. There's been an incident. There's a situation in Southern Island. You should be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. He's like, you should get dressed to be ready
だ
to
が、そ
evacuate
の
at
前に
moment's
一つ
notice.
質問させてくれ。この辺りに住んでいるカルザール氏を知ってるか？彼に何か変わったことはなかったか？
Okay, but before that, could you answer a question of ours? Do you know Mr. Karazaru lived around here? Was there anything strange about him recently that you've noticed?
カルザールさんね。一昨日話したばっかりだよ。
Oh, Karazaru? Yeah, I just talked to him the day before yesterday.
ここんところ商売がうまくいってないみたいだったけど、ルベーダ製紙局の紹介で大口の注文が入りそうだとかですっごく喜んでる様子だった。
Yeah, it seemed like his business hadn't been going well recently, but... Okay, it seems like he got, like, introduced to the, Uveda Silk Company or something? Yeah, and like got some, like got a lot of orders, got a lot of business apparently, and seemed really happy about it.
それが結局どうなったのかまでは知らないな。製紙局の商談を取りまとめてるジナバナさんなら守備を知ってるんじゃない？
I don't really know how it turned out in the end though, but Ginevra like handles deals with the Silk Company, might know how it went.
ルベーダ製紙
Okay,
局
we're
の
just
ジナバナか。俺をせっかくだからそっちにも話を聞きに行ってみないか？
There have been about 5 steps too many in this retracing what happened quest. Okay. We're going to another person to talk about more business. Okay. And let's go talk to him. Yep, go to the Silk Company. Well, Sishi. I guess it's more just general textiles, but it probably is silk. Oh my god, I should have taken this, but yeah. But that is our lead. I'm not doing any of these because he just said these were going to be directions. Alright, off the top rope. Ow.
すみませんが、できるだけ急いでください。判断に迷うようなものは極力しまう方針で。
Huh? My apologies, but please, if we could hurry. Like, he's just talking about, like, you needing to, there's no time to delay, we gotta make the sale or whatever, like, right now, or something.
あんたが製紙局の商談を取りまとめてるジナバナだよな。少し聞きたいことがあるんだが。
Well, no, I mean, I guess he's just saying we don't have time to debate this or whatever. Yes, but at the same time, it's the term used here was pretty, like, it was like silk weaving, you know, like, hold up. It's not a common word. It's not a common seishi. Like here, let me just Google this. Seishi. Yeah, this is basically nope. Everything that shows up is silk. Yeah, no. So it is silk. It is almost assuredly silk. Yeah, this is silk. Or whatever. Your Xenovana, yup. Silk thing, yup. Okay, that's the only one I ask you. I'm skimming. My apologies, I don't have the time.
商品や材料、器具一式を、また、化け物たちが襲ってくる前に、倉庫に移動させなければならないのです。
Okay, all of our wares, materials, equipment need to be moved to a warehouse before any more monsters attack.
それ、俺たちも手伝っていいか?
Oh my god!
話を聞かせてくれ。
Okay. So, as we speak, right now, people are being transformed into horrible monstrosities that literally then result in their souls being eternally deleted from reality. And what we're doing is helping people carry cloth. Okay. Yeah, no, sure. Yeah, no, sure. I understand this is that this is related to figuring out the exact root cause of all of these things, and so it's not technically a complete waste of time. However, I'm still on team. Maybe we should just get everybody to the moon right now. Like, maybe we should just get to the moon right fucking now. Okay, would you mind if we help out too? You know, when we're done, you know, then maybe you'd be willing to talk to us.
わかりました。そうおっしゃってくださるのなら、素直に手をお借りします。
I understand, then I'll gladly accept the help.
あなたには器具の運搬をお手伝いいただきたく、詳しいことは2箱前の局員に聞いてください。
Okay, none of this matters. We're just gonna have us carry stuff. Can Grahatia even carry anything with those tiny little noodle arms?
あなたは織物の運搬をお願いいたします。
Okay. We're gonna be transporting textiles. Sure, fabric, sure.
そこの扉を出ると、正面が織物を扱う部屋です。カナラというアルカソーダラの職人が仕切っているので、
Yup, there's the textiles. Okay. Amara.
織物は私たちにとって生活の糧を生むもの。こんな非常事態だからこそ必ず守り抜かなければなりません。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
Yeah, textiles are, you know, our livelihood, so you know, it's precisely because of the emergency right now that we need to make sure they're, you know, that it's all safe. Thank you. Yeah, okay. I understand you can't really just, like, abandon your livelihood, but at the same time, you know where they've got textiles? They got them on the moon, and you know what? They're pretty not terrible. I mean, they're kind of terrible, but maybe you guys could go up there and improve it. You know, like the moon rabbits, they could use people with your expertise to tell them how to make things better, so how about it? Why don't you just go to the moon? Just like right now.
おっと、ここはバタバタしていて危ないよ。部外者は吹っ飛ばされない
You
う
can't
ちに
be wandering around here. You should, you know, get out of here before you make a mess of things.
手伝いだって？ああ、
Oh, you're here to help.
我らがラグ神よ、技を守らせた猛騎女に感謝を。あんたってば、とっても良い人ね。
Okay, Doggu. Okay, they're thanking the goddess Rogu and you as well. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm literally just carrying things. I'm running errands. Yeah, no, that's literally silkworms. Sure, they've got a silkworm room. Okay.
養蚕部屋の近くにある3番倉庫には糸の入った軽い箱を運んでほしいんだ。
Okay.
縫い上がった服が入っている箱はマヌハが倉庫番の1番倉庫へ。
Okay, thread box carried to number 1. Stone clothes go to warehouse. Okay. Cloth, warehouse 3. Stone, like fully completed clothes, warehouse 1.
とにかく重いのは織物がぎっしり詰まった箱。ちょっと大変だろうけど、ゼーメラが番をしてる。2番倉庫まで運んでおくれ。
Okay, warehouse 2.
もう持って行っていい箱は
Okay.
その箱は、ああ、糸が入っているのか。ならこ
Okay,
の
thread.
3番倉庫で間違いない。運んできてくれて感謝する。
Okay, that goes to warehouse 3. But why'd you need to tell me all of this if I'm not having to... it didn't matter for me. I thought I was actually going to have to remember this. And bring him to the right one. Okay, yeah. Okay. I thought I was actually going to have to remember which box needed to go to which place, but apparently that is not the case. And this is just like pure time wasting. Aha. Oh wow, it heavy.
おや君、ずいぶん豪儀な持ち上げ方をしてるじゃないか。元気があるのは良いことだ。
Oh wow, yeah, you know, wow, that's you know, pretty lively. Yeah, you got a lot of energy to you carrying it that way. That's good. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you already got it. Wow, you're really helpful. Really strong.
あたいも見かけによらず力持ちだしさ。
Yup. She said like I'm stronger than I think, than I look. I mean, you're an elephant, you look pretty damn strong. It's been really scary since yesterday, but you know, it's really reassuring to have people willing to help out like this. You know, we can keep holding on. Things have calmed down. You know, please come back and buy some clothing, textiles, yay. Okay, I've carried 3 things. Okay, how did things go? Yeah, we're done. Could you tell us now about the actual story thing? Okay. Yeah, okay, come on, Zizzo, we'll be able to handle it. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Did they really have you carry a box 5 feet? That's what I'm saying. They started telling... I seriously was, like, actually memorizing which box needed to go to which warehouse, and I thought that I was gonna have to do that. No, you just take it to a random person. This was even more of a waste of time than I thought. Okay, finished transporting stuff, okay. I'm continuing to skim until actual story occurs. Okay, you can't be too careful with how things are going. You know, I want to save as much of it as we can. So there was, you know, was like damages, injury here in the silk factory plant.
多くのものが帰路に着いた後ではありましたが。
And many of the, like, workers, many of us were, you know, when we were on our way home.
残っていたものがおかしな空模様に気を取られていたところに一体の異形の獣が侵入してきたのです。
Okay, gotta lock back in because we're going back to stories. So, that, like, most, you know, while many people were going home for the day, the people who were still here were distracted by the strange sky and a single, you know, deformed beast made it
逃げよう
inside.
とするも仲間の一人が捕まった。彼は悲鳴を上げ、次の瞬間自身も獣になってしまった。
He tried to run out, and we tried to run away, but one of us got caught. Got captured by the beast. He screamed and then in an instant became a beast himself.
一部始終を見ていた別の仲間がひっと息を飲んで何かをわめき立てました。
Huh. That's an interesting description. Okay. Another one, like another fellow worker, who saw the whole thing, like, gasped and yelled something. Gasped and yelled. And afterwards they too turned into a beast. Monster. Okay.
すみません。
The usage of the word kemono, there's so many usages of the word kemono here that it's throwing me off. Okay. My apologies. So, what did you want to ask me?
商人のカルザール氏を知ってるか？彼に聖主局が仕事を仲介したと聞いたんだが。
Do you know the merchant Karazara? I heard that the like you all like brokered a deal with him.
氏のことは存じております。しかし、あの案件については結局他の紹介にお任せすることになったんです。
Yes, I'm familiar with him. However, the deal was eventually, like, the particulars of the deal were given to another company, like, pretty much he went with another company, or like they went with another company.
彼の紹介だけではありません。他にも熱心に取り組んでくださるところがあり、諸々の条件を踏まえてそのような結論になりました。
Final Fantasy. Okay. His company wasn't the only facing difficult times as a result of the tower. There were others that were, you know, very fervently. It was like, yeah, there were other parties like actively involved, and the final decision was made based on various other circumstances.
個人としては死に申し訳なく思うばかりです。
Okay, so I understand. That was all very much business speak shit. Basically, they were going to do a deal. His company was going to be doing a deal, like a transportation or shipping deal. I can't remember exactly what his business was, but like they're, you know, a merchant intermediary thing. They were going to, these Silk dudes were going to go with his company for the deal, but they ended up going with somebody else. And, you know, I was saying, like, his company wasn't the only ones who were having difficulties with the tower and everything, and so they got, you know, they took various things into consideration and had to go with, in the end, had to end up going with a different company. Like, that was very business speak. Like, that was the most Japanese business speak shit physically possible. It was like, you know, I understand that there are various circumstances, however, you know, taking everything into consideration, we eventually came to our ultimate decision. Personally, I feel, you know, quite bad about it.
お断りすることを告げた時のまざまざと浮かんだ絶望。仲間と話してみるとおっしゃって去っていった時、死の背中がどれだけ小さく見えたことか。
When we had to tell him we were going with another option, just how, like, clearly distraught he was. Well, just how clearly, like, Zitsubo is different than just being distraught. It's, I guess you would say, like, when we informed him we were going with another option, I still remember that look, you know, that look of pure despair on his face. And just how small he seemed as he, you know, said he was going to go tell his associates as he left. Despair. Despair, huh? Hey, this seems like it might be important. Despair. And it's repeated twice. I'm going to go look at the English. God damn it. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. They're just making up a bunch of shit. And this is just not the way that he was talking. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand we simply had no choice. That's not what he said. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. So, notice we've turned this into 2 words. Completely muddling the message. We made up a bunch of garbage. We turned this guy into an asshole. And, most critically, we turned this Zetsubo ka. You know, the one word, it being despair. And this despair is a bit stronger, even, than, like, the word despair in English. Like, I need to go grab some water or something. It's like an abject lack of hope. Complete hopelessness. But changing this into 2 words instead of the same word, that's very important. You should not turn this into 2 different words. It should just be despair. This is a single key word. It is being repeated for emphasis.
なあ、バナスパティ樹海でのことを覚えてるか？追い詰められた兵士や住民たちが獣に転じていった。
Do you remember what happened in the, the Sea of Trees in Vanaspati? All the soldiers and citizens, like, cornered, like, pushed to the brink or, cornered were turning into beasts.
それに、ここ静止局での被害も、襲われた人や、それを目撃した人が怯えきったところで、獣になってしまったように思える。
And here, what happened at the, this silk business. The people who were attacked, and even those who were simply, those who were like, who witnessed it and were frightened, became beasts.
極めつきは、カルザール氏だ。誰もが、特に変わったことはなかったと話す一方で、ひときわ深い絶望を抱えている状態だったのは、間違いない。
And in particular, the Karazara, so many people told us that there didn't seem to be anything off about him, but it's undeniable he was in a state of abject despair. Also, this is also a pretty important one that they're going with here. They're making sure to reference the idea that a lot of people didn't seem to notice that there was anything wrong. It didn't seem like there was anything particularly off about him, but in reality, the dude was going through it.
まさかとは思うが、獣への変化を引き起こすのは、恐怖や絶望なんじゃないか？
I don't want to think that it's true, but as the trigger for becoming one of these beasts, terror or despair. So, specifically them saying, 恐怖や絶望なんじゃないか. I don't think that it would just be any, strong emotion. It's probably gotta be, fear and despair. I can't imagine that if you're just, super happy about something that you're gonna transform into some sort of monster. That probably won't happen. I'd like to hear what everyone else says to think as well. Okay, let's go meet up with them. I don't know if that's something that they're gonna go into, but I can't imagine that it would. It's not like, oh boy, I'm so happy. I'm so happy I could just, explode into monsters. Yeah? I mean, considering the name of the quest here. This is Despair Devours All. It's something they'll go into, but okay, question, Patch. Slight spoiler question, but do they go into the idea, does anybody transform into some sort of horrible monstrosity as a result of positive emotion? Because if not, then if they were to have translated this to, say, oh, any powerful emotion could be the trigger, then that would be wrong. Okay, so then it's wrong. Yeah, so in the English there, Rahatia said, I suspect that everything began with Kalzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. So they got rid of the thing they entirely got rid of the sentence of him saying, most of the people who apparently knew him the best said that there didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. They completely got rid of that. Just removed entirely. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. So, they just, in the English, they say, intense emotions. Opening the door for misunderstanding. Great. You love to see it.
"集合場所はメーガドゥタグーの前、つまりこの静止局を出たところだな。
Okay, the meeting place is in front of Mega de la Palace. Okay.
ガーマクの調査をしていたや、シュトラとサンクレッドならもうそこに到着してるかもしれない。行ってみよう。
So, also, I really love if it's like specifically despair. Like fear and despair. I love them throwing in a bunch of other words to, again, make that less clear. It's great. But yeah, we're gonna get down into this quest. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and grab some water because my throat's all scratchy. Be right back. Patch, I think we should, like, beat you to death with hammers. That still remains one of the most genuinely unbelievable translation butcheries I've ever heard of. Just the idea that somebody would be translating a Final Fantasy game and go, you know what? Star Wars quote, Yoda quote, right in the middle of this. Yeah.
ジナバナさん、あんたたちもどうか無事で。商品を守るのはもちろん大事だが、無茶はしないようにな。
Okay, please be safe. You know, it's important to protect your business, but please don't overdo things.
もう仲間を失うのはごめんです。お二人もどうかお気をつけて手を貸していただい。
I don't want to lose any more co-workers, friends. Thank you. Yeah, changing a quote from, like, the big cinematic monologue for the final boss to a fucking Star Wars quote.
「来ていたのね。そちらも話を聞いてこられたのかしら。
Okay, you're here. Yep, what did you learn?
気になるところはおおよそな。みんなの集めた情報と合わ
Yeah,
せ
did
て
you manage to learn any
意見をもらい
information?
たい。
Okay, yep, there's a lot to go over. Again, I'm just skimming. We've had this conversation like 70 times
ち
in
ょ
the
うど
game
いい
so
頃
far.
合いだったようだね。私たちも一回りしてこられたよ。
Which is, we went out to go talk to people. We went out to go talk to people. We should talk about what we talked about with people. Okay. Let's do that. Alright, perfect timing.
じゃああなたたちの報告
Okay, can you guys start? Yep, sure. Okay, and nope, we're just yada yadaing this. We could have yada yada'd all of this. We could have just cut to here. We didn't need any of those previous lines.
疑心獣になってしまったカルザール氏は自身の紹介のことで深く思い悩んでいたわけだね。
So, like the Karazaru became one of this profane. The beast was, yeah, at an absolute, at his wit's end regarding his business.
私たちが聞いた範囲でも異形の獣に転じた人は直前に強い不安を感じていたみたいだった。
From what we heard as well, with those who transformed into these beasts, were experiencing strong fear and or just experiencing strong anxiety right before they changed.
獣に追い詰められた人や友達が獣になるのを見てしまった人、そういう人たちが連鎖的に転じていったそうよ。
Okay, those who were chased by these beasts, or those who witnessed their friends turn into beasts, they all turned one after another in a chain reaction.
獣に転じる条件は不安や恐怖、絶望といった負の感情を抱くこと。やはりそれが有力だと思う。
Yep, so they make it very clear that it's specifically negative emotions. And so the prerequisite for transformation into a beast are anxiety, fear, despair. Like, to be overcome with those sort of intensely negative emotions. I believe that's the most likely cause.
だとしたら、古の時代に起きた終末とも共通点が見えてくるわ。
In that case, there's some strong... Yeah, in that case, there are commonalities between... Well, there are commonalities with the apocalypse that befell that occurred in ancient times.
古代人たちは創造魔法が暴発し、意図せず恐怖を具現化していったと言ったでしょ。
The ancients said that their creation magic went spontaneously discharged and involuntarily manifested their fear.
単なる暴発だったら、必ずしも恐ろしいと思うものばかりが作られないはず。
Oh, hey. If it was simply a spontaneous, like an unintentional spontaneous discharge, then there would be no reason why everything created would be terrifying.
けれどそれもまた負の感情とだけ結びつく現象だったとすれば、今目の前で起きている最悪と一つの線でつながるわ。
However, if we were to think that this phenomenon would be related to negative emotions only, then we would have a clear line towards the disaster that's happening right in front of us today.
過去と現在の終末には相違点もある。それが創造魔法に現れるか、人や生物そのものに現れるかだ。
However, yeah, there are differences between the prior and the current apocalypse. I mean, I'm assuming that this is something like, you know, the what appeared before were constructs of creation magic, but now those things are manifesting within living creatures themselves.
理由はまだわからないが、古代人と私たちの最大の違いは分割された生命であるか否かだろう。
The reason for this we still do not know. However, the biggest difference between ourselves and the ancients is like the difference between divided and whole life. I mean, if I had to theory craft here a little bit, it would probably be something along the lines of it actually being the same phenomenon, and it is still occurring within the whole creation magic thing, but it's just that all of the people who are, you know, it doesn't really make sense that you would have a bunch of people who are, like, physical bodies, but their souls are still divided, so it's like you've got a true self that is your you know, mass overlaid soul, with physical forms just being reflections. Tendrils connecting to that main soul that's actually off in the Sea of Stars somewhere. Because, for example, if everybody's, you know, if everybody's separated but you still got the same soul, then what happens if, you know, let's say that you got two people in two different mirror worlds, right? One dies and the other is still alive at the exact same point in time. That means that one part of the soul is going to be off in the Sea of Stars, while the other part of the soul presumably would be in the physical reality somewhere else. So, I think it would make more sense if there was some sort of soul core in, like, real space somewhere, and all of the physical manifestations of people's bodies are just tendrils connecting to that. Meaning, basically everybody is fake. Like, everybody's already just, like, pretty much a construct of creation magic or whatever, and so, you know, it is the same phenomenon. That's at least where I would be going with that.
So こに何か聞き方の違いのようなものがあるのかもしれない。
That in of itself may lead to some difference in manifestation.
それからもう一つ気になる証言があったんだ。
Or like, you know, that might cause a fundamental difference in the way that the phenomenon works. There was something else that caught our attention.
カルザールは空が燃えるよりも前に疑心銃に転じていたらしいんだよ。
Apparently, Karazara transformed into a profaned beast. God, I hate this. Before the sky began to burn.
なんですって。それが本当ならかなりまずいんじゃない？
What? If that's true, that's bad, right?
だって目に見える終末の現象が起きていなくたって獣に転じる可能性があるってことでしょ？
I mean, that would mean even if there's no visible, like symptoms of the apocalypse, that anybody at any point could transform into a beast. Yeah, so we should all go to the moon.
騒ぎが起きていない地域でも、もしかしたらもう
Even in places where there isn't any, major obvious. Even other places where there isn't any major obvious chaos might already be. Yeah, this is happening everywhere. We should get everybody to the moon. We should get everybody to the moon.
Miro, 大将様がいらっしゃったぞ.
Oh, there, the Governor General. Wow. Moon's haunted. This guy better not turn into a dang old beast right in front of everybody. That would be fucked up.
みな、本当によくぞ無事でいてくれました。
Hey, so... Okay. There's a problem here. I see where they're going with this. This is a terrible idea. So here's the problem. If you give a mass announcement about like a tragedy like this is going to cause some amount of the people in the audience to get really scared. Or if he's like, there's a lot of people died, we don't know exactly how many, then maybe somebody who, like, didn't really know what was going on is going to be like, oh man, wait, we're in the apocalypse? i.e., I'm going to turn into a monster. And man, it's almost like there's a lot of people right here. Meaning that a bunch of people are going to see that person turn into a monster and they're going to go, holy shit, I'm going to turn into a monster now. I mean, it just kind of seems like the thing that everybody's doing right now. I don't want to be the only one who's not a monster. Like my mom always told me, your friends turn into monsters right in front of you, you're gonna do it? And apparently the answer is yes. Sorry, that's just how it goes. I'm gonna eat you now. That's what's gonna happen here. Everyone, I truly am glad to see you safe. Glad to see you well.
ひとまずラザハント市内で暴れていた獣はすべて排除できたそうです。
We do not fully have all of the... We do not have full confirmation of the situation. However, for now, all of the beasts running rampant within the city of Raznair were able to be defeated, were able to be eliminated. In the other villages, the Celestials and our, my trusted ally, our trusted friend, the dragon, are hard at work.
どうか心を落ち着け、慌てることなく待機をお願いいたします。
That's not gonna work, man. That's not gonna work. Okay, please calm yourselves. And without panic, await further details.
大主様、パーラカの里はどうなっているのでしょうか。
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Governor General, what's happened to Paraka Village? Paraka Village. Don't panic.
私の孫が昨日あの村に出かけたきりまだ戻っていないのです。
Oh, my grandson went to that village yesterday and hasn't returned.
私もまだ報告を待っている状況です。詳しいことが分かり次第、皆にも共有を。
Okay. We're still awaiting information. Once we have more details, I will share them with everyone.
大主様、大変だす。
Oh, Governor General, it's an emergency. It's bad.
オラはアキャリのマトシャ、漁師のマトシャだす。
I'm Matosha from Akiari, a fisherman. This is not the voice I thought this dude would have. Yeah, I met you when we first came to the island. Well, what are you doing here? No, I need to talk to Governor General right now. With the sky being like it is, I was worried about my friends, so I went to Paraka Village. Yeah, and when I went there, there's monsters in the village I'd never seen before. That's... Go, Cheryl, please. Go save them. Go save my grandson. Of course we will. Yeah, but please, calm down. How could I be calm? Those monsters must have... Even the Celestials couldn't stand up to them. Oh no. If my grandson were attacked by that, how could he possibly... This is bad, everyone, get away. Yet. Man, this was a really bad idea. Okay. Yo, you need to get that under control. Okay. Help the people trying to... help everyone trying to flee. Run. Now. Yeah, that's, yeah, it was saying dad, and then got crushed. Yeah. Yeah, that Dorka. Yeah, Vitra, Razahan, save them. Please. My son.
しっかりしろ。二人のためにあんたは逃げ延びるんだ。
Stay strong. For both of their sake, you need to run.
そう。大丈夫。
It's
大丈夫だ。
just like that. It's okay. It's okay. Great job on that elephant running in to loudly proclaim the emergency. Yeah, maybe not the best play. Yo, sick.
恐れることはない。この獣は私たちで打ち倒せる。
Okay, I'll go back with these. He's actually going into Crystal Lord mode again. Oh, look, you can turn this on.
聖戦士団はヤシュタルト・サンクレットの支援を。獣をこの広場から出さないことだけ考えろ。他の者は近くの者と共に退避だ。怪我をしている者がいたら手を貸して建物の中か仮想に向かうように。焦る必要はない。獣たちに決して皆を追わせはしない。
アルフィロ、アリゼ、ここは俺たちで片付ける。お前たちはファーラカの里に行け。
Okay, I'm gonna go back over these when they actually give me the chance.
必ず力になってくれる。
わかった。
That is not the voice I thought he would have.
俺たちで救うんだ。一人でも多く。
That was a very good hero speech moment there from Graha. Okay, let's go back over this. 前を見て. Okay, so let's go over these lines again. 前を向いて胸を張れ. Yeah, that's everyone. Like, look forward and stand tall. Like, face forward and stand proud. There is nothing to fear. Yeah, there is nothing to fear. We will, defeat these beasts. Monsters. Okay. As Celestials, go and support Yashola and Thancred. Your only priority is to ensure that none escape past this square. Next line. Everyone else grab Like, take hold of those close to you and evacuate. Or take hold of those close to you and evacuate. Assist the injured. And bring them inside or towards the lower levels. There is no need to panic. They will not follow you. Or, that's not... There's no need to panic. We will not allow them to follow you. Alfino, I say... We'll deal with things here. You all go to Paraka village. Matosha. Lead them to the village. Now they'll be able to help. Understood. You go too. We'll save them as many as we can. Man, they made his speech in English mad lame, but... whatever.
オレオ、アリゼ、野郎、私たちは何としてでもパーラカの里を救うんだ。
Okay. We'll do this. We'll save Paraka village no matter what it takes.
それから、マトシャ、危険に付き合わせることになってすまないが、君もどうか力を貸してくれ。
Matosha, I'm sorry to put you in harm's way, but please, we need your help.
もちろん出す。パーラカの里はここから南西、そこの坂を下った先にあるんだ。
Of course. Paraka village is southwest from here, just down
ただ、
the
さっきオラが行こうとした時は、里を囲
Down the hill.
む森の中におっかない獣がうようよしてて
Yeah, that's hill.
引き返すしかなかったんだす。
Yeah, but when I tried to go there before, there was a terrifying beast's roar in the forest around the village. I had no choice but to turn back.
わかった。それならこうしよう。
Okay, so then here's what we'll do.
オレオ、君は警戒しながら道なりに進んで、獣が襲ってきた場合は、それを引きつけて倒してほしい。
Okay, go down the path here, and if you're attacked by any beasts, take care of them. Draw
そ
them
の
away and
間
take
に
care of them.
私とアリゼはマトシャを連れて木々の間を隠れるようにして進もう。
Meanwhile, Awaze and I will take Matosha with us, hide in the trees, and follow when and follow after.
よし、パーラカの里に向けて移動開始だ。
移動開始. Very militaristic, which is sick. I would go with, like, considering how militaristic this is, it's like, alright, our target is Paraka village. We're moving out. Or just moving out. This is pretty tight. But this looks like it's going to turn into a whole ass other thing. And it is the 4-hour mark, and I am utterly dying now of way too much caffeine on an empty stomach. Do I... Actually, is there... Okay. I will trust Patch on this. Ah, what the fuck? That was actual in-game lightning. I got jump scared. Is there a better stopping point if I push through this, like, this last quest spot here? Should I continue, or is this, like, actually a better pause point? Best to stop here. Can I get a second opinion? I'd leave it here. Can I get a third opinion? Third time's the charm. I mean, that is, like, yeah, okay, if everybody says that it's a better idea to stop here, like, this is gonna turn into a whole ass thing, then yeah. No, I was just doing it as a bit. Look, you have to understand, sometimes the bit consumes you. Like, you have to understand this. Once you've committed to a bit, you have to see it through, even if you don't actually really want to do it. And by the time I said I want a second opinion, I already knew that I was going to say I want a third opinion after the second opinion was given. It was just like, it was a foregone conclusion. I can't help it. The voices. But yes, no, this is actually a decent-ish spot. But man, I feel like this is a recurring theme. Fuck you, Patch. Fuck you, Patch. This is a bit of a recurring theme of we find out some sort of incredibly important revelation of how some specific phenomenon works, and then right as we're about to go tell everybody about it, the thing happens. When it seems like we maybe should have had something of like, hey, you know, we run up to the Governor General guy and go, hey man, maybe you shouldn't, like, maybe we should not do any form of announcement or anything. Maybe we should get everybody to separate. You don't want to have this many people here all at once. This is a really bad idea. We got to get everybody out of here. You know, the biggest one that I can remember is probably the point where you're like, oh hey, Elidibus is in Albert's body. Hey, should we do anything about him, like, slowly walking up to this crowd? Nah? Alright. He can just do whatever he wants, that's fine. It happens a lot! But yeah, that is going to do it for me for right now. We got the Metaphor stream on Friday on my brother's channel, Japan Day Tripper. That should be very fun. And then I will see the rest of you guys, everybody, on Sunday. Same time, same channel. Like, comment, subscribe. Maybe. If you feel like it. If you don't, you will turn into monsters. I'm just saying. You know, it's up to you whether or not you want to take that risk, but me personally, I wouldn't take that risk. But yeah, peace out. See ya.